I am a stenographer. For more information about this amazing profession, call us today at the Virgin Islands Legislature Office of Legislative Reporters, 340-774-0880, or email us at reporters@legvi.org.
Hi, good day. My name is Lauren, and I've been conducting the Great Shakeout Earthquake Drill for several years now. I've had Adele with me for the last couple of years, and today I'm very happy to have a new mentee by the name of Jamal Potter, who I'll be able to show the exact things to do during an earthquake. Jamal, let's give him a round of applause. All right, so let's get started. It's a normal day, let's pretend, until the earth decides it's just had enough of us humans. No, Jamal.
No, you're supposed to stop, cover, and hold on. Don't worry. The first time that happened to me, I hold an umbrella over my head.
Stop, cover, and hold on. That sound like a dance move.
Shoulder knees, move over, let her breathe. She ain't nothing.
Well, Jamal, those are some really cool dance moves, but that's not the way it's done. Come on, Adele, let's show Jamal exactly how it is. Well, you know, Jamal, the best way to do it is how I showed you, but let's try it your way and put you in some bubble wrap.
Good morning, colleagues, Senate, and Central staff, our listening as well as viewing audience. The 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing for Thursday, October 23rd, 2025 is hereby called to order. Before we proceed to roll call, I'd like to highlight that this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and everyone should be aware of that. Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an international health campaign in October. The month promotes screening and reduces the risk of the disease, which affects 2.3 million women globally. Famous for its pink motif, the month involves advertisements and events to help breast cancer patients, inform people about breast cancer risk, advise women to start breast cancer screening at 40 or earlier, depending on your risk, and to raise breast cancer research. Across the territory, events are being held to raise awareness about breast cancer and prostate cancer. The St. Thomas Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. and the Division of Personnel invited all government agencies and employees to take part in Go Pink Day last week, and we showed up and showed off. This week, I believe in St. Croix, they're also having this phenomenal walk in support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month and Prostate Cancer Awareness. The Chronic Disease Division of the Department of Health, along with the Maternal and Child Health Division, hosted the annual Breast and Prostate Cancer Awareness Walk. The theme for this year's walk is Walking Together, Fighting as One. The St. Thomas Walk was held on October 17, and the St. Croix will have its walk tomorrow on October 24th. Also, I want to highlight October 23rd today through October 31st is Red Ribbon Week. In the United States, Red Ribbon Week is an annual promotion in October to raise, again, awareness about preventing violence, smoking, alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. Let us continue to share the message of preventing violence and raise awareness as it relates to health and societal impact that abuse of drugs and alcohol can have on individuals, families, and our overall community as well as nation. Life is a puzzle, solve it drug-free. Let me repeat that again. Life is a puzzle, solve it drug-free is the theme for the 2025 Red Ribbon campaign. This strong theme shows how each choice we make fits into the broader picture, like pieces of a puzzle coming together. Living without drugs helps make the future stronger and brighter, one step at a time. Now, tomorrow is, and this is going to be one of my last highlight, is October 24th, as everyone knows, and we have United Nations Day, a yearly celebration of the founding of the United Nations on October 24th, 1945. That's longer than all of us who are sitting in this chamber are. That's a long time. And the work of the United Nations covers 5 main areas: maintain international peace and security, protect human rights, deliver humanitarian aid, support sustainable development and climate action, and uphold international law. Across the world and closer to home in the Caribbean region, the United Nations is working to provide humanitarian aid, maintain peace, with peacekeeping forces in the nations such as Haiti. Some of the programs that operate under the United Nations banner include the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the International Labor Organization, the United Nations Development Program, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, the United Nations Population Fund, the United Nations Children Fund, the World Food Program, and the World Health Organization. From all of these organizations, I would like to highlight just one of them. That is the World Health Organization, and everyone should remember that the acronym is WHO. The World Health Organization supports global initiatives to improve everyone's health, to give everyone, everywhere, an equitable shot at a safe and healthy life by linking countries, people, and partners. The World Health Organization works in 150 plus locations on the front line to fight the biggest health problems of our time and make the world a better place for everyone. I believe most of us could remember during the pandemic, this was one of the organizations that was coordinating a lot of the efforts regarding the COVID pandemic. These problems include new pandemics like the COVID-19 that I mentioned, Zika, as well as long-term diseases like diabetes, heart disease, cancer, HIV, malaria, Ebola, and tuberculosis. So we really want to highlight that. I did say I would have, that would be my final, but I have to put this other one in. Finally, October 28th is observed as National Immigrants Day. National Immigrants Day is a day to remember how important immigrants have been in making the United States what it is today. People sometimes call the U.S. a melting pot because it has a long history of accepting people from all over the world who want to make a better life for themselves. I can say I am a daughter of immigrants, as are many of us in the legislative body, across the Virgin Islands, in the Hall of Congress, and yes, even in the United States White House, we have descendants of immigrants. National Immigrants Day is a time for Americans to think about their own history and the people who have migrated to the United States of America looking for a better life. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolkes Jr. present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Present.
Senator Lewis present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence?
Yes, we do.
Kindly proceed with reading those correspondence into the record.
A letter dated October 22nd, 2025, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman, Rules and Judiciary Committee, Capitol Building, Charlotte, U.S. Virgin Islands. Subject, request to be excused from committee hearing. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I am writing to formally advise you that I will be unable to attend a Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing scheduled for Thursday, October 23rd, 2025, as I will be attending the funeral service for a close family friend, Mr. Frederick Joseph, a well-known and respected union leader based on the island of St. Croix. His long-standing contributions to the labor movement in the United States Virgin Islands are deeply appreciated, and I feel it's important to join his family and our community in honoring his life and legacy. I would also like to acknowledge that I have Bill number 36-0083 on the agenda for consideration during this hearing. This measure seeks to establish a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of penalties on the payment of outstanding property taxes, income taxes, and gross receipt taxes for all tax years. I respectfully request that the committee proceed with this measure as it is critical to providing much-needed relief to our taxpayers and business owners across the territory. I apologize for my absence and any inconvenience it may cause, and I kindly ask that the committee forward all pertinent information and updates from the agenda to my office for review and follow-up. Thank you for your understanding. Respectfully, Kenneth L. Gittin, Senator and Vice Chair. A letter dated October 23rd, 2025, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair, Committee on Rules and Judiciary Committee, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Madam Chair, please accept this correspondence as formal notification of my absence from today's Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting, scheduled to be held in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, VI. Kindly have all circulated material placed on my desk for my staff's retrieval. May the committee have a productive meeting. Respectfully, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Member, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. A letter dated October 23rd, 2025, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Shaltamali, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, due to previous commitment, I will be absent from the Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing scheduled for Thursday, October 23rd, 2025. Please record my absence as excused. I thank you in advance for your understanding in this matter, and I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this absence may cause. Sincerely, Milton E. Potter. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the correspondences for today.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. I want you to recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, who arrived during the reading of the correspondence, and give me a tally of the number of members present for today's hearing.
We have 4 members present, 3 members absent.
And also note that all of the members who are absent, please record them as excused, absent.
Madam Chair, we have 4 members present, 3 members excused.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we do have a quorum to do the people's work in the people's house, and I really appreciate all of you being here. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading Block 1 of today's agenda into the record.
Please be advised that the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, October 23rd, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. The purpose of the hearing is to receive testimonies and consider the following legislative measures. Block 1, Ms. Joan P. Foy, Governor's Nominee, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board. Mr. Mark M. Wiechnik, Esquire, Governor's Nominee, Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 1 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. At this time, I will ask both of the governor's nominees to kindly stand and raise your right hand as I administer the oath. And this is a procedure we do every time we are having any nominee considered in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? I do. Very good. Kindly be seated. Welcome, of course, nominee Joan Foy for the governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. And of course, welcome Mr. Mark M. Wiechnik. It's a very uncommon name, especially for us here. The governor's nominee for the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. We will begin by receiving the testimony of Ms. Foy. You will begin first, and then we will have Attorney Wiechnik. You will follow after her. So, Ms. Foy, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Good day, Chairperson Senator Carla J. Joseph, other members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other members of the 36th Legislature present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joan Foy. I would like to thank Governor Albert Bryan and Lieutenant Governor, can you hear me? Okay. And Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for their confidence in my ability to serve on the governing board of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I am a United States Virgin Islander born to British Virgin Islands parents. As a child, I grew up in Savon before relocating to New York City. I returned to the Virgin Islands in 1973 and graduated from Charlotte Marley High School in 1977. I attended Clark College in Atlanta, Georgia, now Clark Atlanta University. I graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Social Welfare. After graduation, I was employed with the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services as a social worker in the Protective Service Division. I then attended Case Western Reserve University Mandel School of Applied Social Science in Cleveland, Ohio, and graduated in 1983 with a Master of Science in Applied Social Science with a concentration in maternal health and health, specializing in planning, development, and organization. It was at Case Western Reserve University that my continued love for statistical analysis expanded. I took several PhD courses in statistics. I learned that the Department of Health had positions that could utilize my skill set. I applied for and began my career as a health planner. I was instrumental in obtaining funding and physician for both the St. Thomas, East End, and Frederickston Health Centers. I was promoted to the position of maternal assistant director of the Maternal and Child Health and Children with Special Health Care Needs. In this role, I wrote grant applications and acquired funding for pregnant mothers and children of the Virgin Islands while managing the daily operation of the division. I was disturbed to learn previous data requested from the federal government was submitted as, quote, unavailable. This encouraged me to create the first database to obtain vital data to document the health status of the people of the Virgin Islands. With the assistance of the Center for Disease Control and the then medical director of the division, Dr. Donna Christenstead, we developed the first health status survey documenting the various illnesses that confront our residents. I was later assigned to develop a database to capture data from all the departments treating patients, i.e. MCH, WIC, and the community health clinics. The data captured provided the information needed to apply for much-needed funding. In 1989, I decided to pursue another passion, my love for finance. I attended the University of Pittsburgh Katz Graduate School of Business. I graduated in 1990 with a Master of Business Administration, MBA, with a concentration in Finance and Management Information System. I accepted employment with Broadway and Seymour, a financial service integration company in Charlotte, North Carolina. There I was trained in the development of System Development Lifecycle, SDLC, a structured framework used to plan, create, test, and deploy information systems. While on a visit to the Virgin Islands with fellow employees, we proposed a strategy to provide management assistance to the Departments of Health and Planning and Natural Resources who had obtained a grant to develop a GIS system. I was approached by the late Dr. Donald Francois to return to the Virgin Islands and work for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I applied and was hired as the authority's financial analyst. Preparing financial ratios and monthly financial statements, analyzing the benefits of projects and presenting findings to the governing board was just a few of my responsibilities. I collaborated with several consulting firms to prepare rate cases and develop a 5-year financial planning model. I was later transferred to the position of manager of budget and cash. In that position, I was responsible for the budgetary and cash management function of the authority, as well as financial reporting and preparing cost-benefit analysis on capital projects. I prepared official statements and attended meetings with both bondholders and bond rating agencies in New York City. I was instrumental in obtaining the authority's first line of credit with First Bank and Banco Popular. I was part of the team when the authority developed its first strategic plan and used the management by objectives strategic management approach to prepare measurable objectives and realistic goals. When Mr. Alberto Bunavega returned to the authority, he asked me to be his special assistant. I was assigned a myriad of assignments, most memorable including identifying financial and production issues and finding workable solutions. My career with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority spans over 32 years, serving in various positions, including Special Assistant to the Chief Financial Officer, as the Acting Chief Financial Officer, and as the Acting Chief Administrative Officer. My tenure at the authority provided me with a unique and extensive knowledge base in all functionalities of the utility. I have been instrumental in reducing the cost of leases, reducing the use of consultants, and documenting avenues to save money. My last position as Director of Pricing, Rates, and Strategic Planning provided an opportunity to provide much-needed guidance in setting manageable goals and objectives for the authority while balancing the needs of the community and the authority as a whole. Given that the opportunity to serve on the board of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority will leverage my credibility and allow me to influence positive changes that benefits both the authority and the Virgin Islands community. My immediate goals of the authority, for the authority that I hope I can influence, are assist with determining the most efficient use of the limited production power generation equipment available to the authority until new sources of generation are fully online, require that a cost-benefit analysis be prepared for all projects costing over $1 million, reduce cost overrun on projects by requiring monthly updates on projects approved by the board, streamline the authority personnel staff to keep pace with declining sales and revenue, acquire property for the construction of the authority-owned administration building. I would like to thank the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands for considering my nomination to the governing board of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I am ready to respond to any questions you may have as to my qualifications. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Ms. Foy, for your testimony. At this time, the chair will recognize Attorney Wiechnik for your testimony. Kindly proceed, Attorney, with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Good morning, Senator Joseph, members of the committee, members of the 36th Legislature, and those of you in the public audience here and viewing remotely. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I want to thank Governor Bryan for his confidence in nominating me for a position on the Historic Preservation Commission, and I will do my best to meet and surpass the expectations set by Governor Bryan with respect to this position if I am confirmed. My wife and I fell in love with the Virgin Islands after spending our honeymoon on St. John in 2011. In 2016, we, with our son, moved to St. Thomas to own and operate a 5-room bed and breakfast in a historic property just behind Government House. A year later, we, like everyone else in the territory, were devastated by the hurricanes Irma and Maria. Despite the hardships, we did not leave the territory. In fact, we worked diligently to help our neighbors and to help get our boutique hotel up and running so that we could house people who were traveling here to help the territory. After the storms, we were able to house members of the Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, the Salvation Army, Carnival Cruise Lines, and representatives of Home Depot. We loved the islands before the storms, but we feel like we became full-fledged members of the community after the storms. And over the last 9+ years, we have made lifelong friends on St. Thomas, and we love living downtown in the historic district. My wife and I are members of the St. Thomas Historical Trust and frequent visitors to cultural events and various community functions. I'm a member of the Downtown Revitalization Incorporation, which is an effort to unite business owners and residents to bring more life and business opportunities to downtown. My wife has been the treasurer of the Historic Trust for the last several years and is also a member of the Mungo Niles Dance Troupe. We've always been interested in historic preservation and renovations, having renovated 2 historic homes in New Jersey prior to moving to the Virgin Islands. Last year, we put our money where our mouth is, and we purchased Hotel 1829, an iconic St. Thomas property that had been closed for many years. It had no power, no plumbing, and no usable guest rooms. We were told by many people that there was no way we could reopen on our schedule. However, in only 8 months, we were able to open half of the guest rooms and the historic bar and restaurant to guests. We've done much of the work ourselves to restore this historic gem, but we've also had help from friends and family and members of the community. We've worked closely with HPC to ensure that we are operating within all of the various regulations and asking for advice with respect to colors and windows and doors and other exterior elements of the hotel. We have not found that the historic regulations or the committee have been a hindrance to progress, but rather a guardrail that guides our renovations to ensure that it honors the history of the property and of downtown Charlotte-Amalia. It's been our pleasure to welcome back members of the community to the hotel and the restaurant, so many of whom have such fond memories of Hotel 1829. We've been honored to welcome Governor Bryan, former Governor DeYoung, members of the Senate, and as well as relatives and former owners of the hotel. Many community members have fond memories of dining and staying with us at Hotel 1829. We even employ the children of Virgin Islanders that worked at the hotel in the 1980s and 1990s. Personally, I practiced law in New Jersey for 20 years, and much of that work was related to construction defect litigation. As such, I'm familiar with building codes, architectural plans, reading and interpreting statutes and regulations. I can effectively communicate and explain complicated legal concepts or regulations, and I have an ability to convey those concepts to members of the public and non-lawyers. I have a knowledge not only of construction, but historic reconstruction and renovations and maintenance, given our extensive work at both of our historic properties downtown. My goals with respect to my tenure on HPC is to ensure that the upcoming significant work that is to be taken downtown over the next few years is done properly, efficiently, and in a cost-effective manner. There are new building technologies that can and should be incorporated into our historic construction, and building techniques that can and should be incorporated into our island construction. Moreover, I'd like to change the narrative that HPC is a hindrance to progress, and that compliance with historic regulations always results in higher construction costs and various delays. I think our goal should be to work with members of the public who are actually trying to do the right thing and renovate some of these damaged and derelict properties downtown, and to help them make the right choices both for historic preservation and for their own budgets. I look forward to working with Director Krieger and the other members of the committee to ensure that we uphold the integrity of the committee and preserve our unique and vibrant historic architecture downtown. Thank you again for your time and consideration of my nomination.
Thank you so much, Attorney Wiechnik. I want to really commend both of you for saying yes. These are 2 very vital boards that play a significant role in the economic growth of our islands, the economic growth, and also our sustainability. Because one, we have the Historic Preservation Commission, where we have a lot of derelict buildings. We have owners, homeowners, and property owners who need to fix the building, but sometimes there may be some exorbitant costs. And of course, now we have a nominee to the WAPA board, which of course is a major driver. If we don't have energy, we can't do any work, can't get people in. So energy, efficiency and affordability and consistency is a critical area for us here in the Virgin Islands, knowing that everything is landlocked. We don't ship in anything as far as by land. It has to come in through the ocean or by air. So those are some critical. So these are two critical nominees, and I just wanted to say, from my point of view, I really want to thank you both for saying yes. Now, colleagues, we are going to begin with one round of questioning, one round of 5 minutes of questioning. The order is going to be Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis. Then we will have Senator at Large, Angel Boquez Jr., then Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and I will be the last person. If there is a burning question, colleagues, we can ask that question after all of the senators have asked their question, or you could use the usual parliamentary point of inquiry, a point of information to get some additional question. So with that being said, Mr. Secretary Avery Lewis, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers.
Good morning.
Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands and those listening and viewing. Ms. Foy, how are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right, loosen up, man.
I'm good.
Good. Once you're good, I good. You know, I'm glad how you ended in a sense. You said to the best of your ability and to your qualifications. I appreciated that. But in your testimony, I just have one question based on your testimony, if you have the knowledge of it. The very last thing you said, one of your accomplishments, acquire property for the construction of the authority's new administration building. Do you know if that ever came? What happened to that?
I didn't say what I said. That's one of my goals.
One of your goals?
Objectives, yes.
Good.
I've been trying to do that for several years now.
Okay, good. Well, now you're in a position made. I'm going to speak it into existence.
Yes.
All right, for you. Ms. Foy, WAPA has suffered a significant loss of public confidence due to chronic outages, high rates, and perceived mismanagement, even billing issues. What concrete strategies would you propose as a board member to restore public trust, and how would you ensure transparency and accountability at the board level?
Well, public trust begins with individuals understanding what the problems are. A lot of people assume they know what causes the outages. They assume that they know what WAPA's problems are. And in order to do that, we have to be really transparent in identifying the problems and letting our stakeholders, which is the community, know what the problems are. We may not be doing a good job of telling our story. We have great stories. We have positive things happening inside of WAPA, but those stories are not told. What people are listening to and hearing is the power outage, and not what's been behind the scene and what's causing the power outages. If people understood what caused the power outage, they would still be upset, but at least they understood why it is. So we have to do a better job in telling our stories, the good and the bad of our stories, so people could feel a part of the solution. And so as a board member, that's one of the things we have to work on, our public image and telling the story so that people understand and not speculate about what actually happens inside of WAPA.
I appreciate that answer, because far too long I've also said to WAPA myself that, you know, sometimes good things are happening in WAPA and we don't capitalize on it and let the community know. You know, we've been having some outages and we really haven't gotten a great answer to what's the crux of the problem. So maybe if they come out and educate some more and let the community know what's going on. Yes, we hate the outages. Nobody wants to be in the dark. Nobody wants to be inconvenienced. But we may have a better understanding and, you know, not beat up on the authority as much as we would, as much as we does, you know. WAPA currently has access to billions in federal funds. What systems or controls would you advocate for to ensure that these funds are used efficiently, are tied to measurable outcomes, and do not result in further cost overruns or delays?
Well, you know, that's probably something that's not actually true. WAPA does not have access to a lot of funds. Our funding, most of our funding received was because of the hurricane and the assistance. But before then, most of our funding, except for water, came with low-interest loans. There was a lot of funding for water extension into communities, and those are free.
I think, not to cut you off, but one of the things is we've heard in the news that WAPA received some federal funding for a lot of prudent replacement and so forth, stuff
Yes.
like plants and so forth.
Harden the system.
Harden the system. So that's what I'm getting at towards that, to make sure that we have measurable outcomes and we live to those outcomes.
Well, I haven't been to WAPA for a couple of years now. I retired in 2022. I only could speak about what was happening before then.
Yes.
And we did receive substantial funding from FEMA to harden the system. That's why
30
you're seeing the
seconds.
undergrounding of utility lines, especially in areas close to the hospital and in the hills, the tertiary lines. So those things are happening, but it takes time for all of that thing to finish. We're hoping that by the end of the day, when all that harden the system, when hurricane comes, that not many overlying distribution system lines are in place, that we can get the system up and running.
Thank you. Mr. Wiechnik, thank you.
Correct.
Time.
You state, Madam Chair, may I just ask this question?
You may proceed, Senator.
You stated that HPC should not be seen as a hindrance, but as a guardrail. How do you plan to balance historic preservation with the economic realities of property owners who may face financial constraints during renovations?
Thank you, Senator. I think one of the things is to suggest some alternative building materials. There are several that are now cheaper. I know that the current board has been more progressive than prior boards in advancing some of these building materials. For example, a FIPON or PVC in relation to the gingerbread, which is the decorative pieces around some of the frontage of the historic buildings, and allowing a less expensive material as opposed to having to have milled or constructed wood products to be put on the buildings, which is much more expensive. The other is, for example, allowing red solar panels. They now make red solar panels which match our historic district's roofs, and allowing those solar panels to be installed, which takes some of the heat off of WAPA, but also at the same time saves the homeowner money in their WAPA bills and still complies with the district's look.
All right. Thank you both for your responses, and I'll come back in maybe not another round, but I'll ask my burning question to each one of you. Thank you,
Senator.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis, for those probing questions. We'll now recognize Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. for your 5 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Media, kindly put on Senator Bolquez's mic. Recognize his mic.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's better. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. And good morning to Ms. Foy and Mr. Wiechnik. Thank you. And thank you for your willingness to serve on these instrumental boards. I wanted to start off with Ms. Foy concerning WAPA, and I know that given that you've had a long tenure at WAPA, spanning from different roles in financial analyst and the director of pricing and strategic planning, what are some of the, in your opinion, what are some of the internal operational challenges you've observed in your tenure during your service as an employee that you believe the board should be prioritizing at this given point in time?
Thank you. One of the things then that I faced, the challenges when I was manager of budget and cash, was always making sure that the plant was priority. Anything that's related to keeping the plant up and running and of course the distribution system was a priority. And I think because of all the other issues we have had, sometimes it becomes not a big a priority as the other issues. And my premise has always been whatever we can do to save money. For instance, if a unit requires something for $500,000, but you don't have the money for it, but the problem will continue to persist and cost millions of dollars, you find the money for that little piece of problem. And so some of the outages you may have experienced is because sometimes we don't have the money to fix the little problem that balloons into a bigger problem.
And
so that's
30
one of the
Well, we in this institution are all but too familiar with the cost overruns that are experienced at the Water and Power Authority. And you emphasized that there was a need for cost-benefit analysis on projects over $1 million. That was part of your testimony. And could you speak on maybe some prior projects that you are aware of that such analysis maybe were absent and the financial consequences affected WAPA?
Well,
Time.
Well, as you know, everyone knows about the propane project.
Yeah.
The analysis was done based on the propane costs and not on the infrastructure costs. And that ballooned over several $1 million over what we expected. And the cost-benefit analysis was done, but I think it was focused more on the price of fuel compared to the price of propane, and not the infrastructure cost that caused the cost overruns and stuff like that. But I know in the past we have done cost-benefit analysis on many projects, the submarine cable to St. John, whether to put another unit down in St. John. So you really get to do and figure out the benefit of a project if you make sure you do. And of course, you have the payback period. It depends on what your benefits you want at the end. It may not be a cost benefit. You may not want the money, a monetary, but it might be a time. You want something to happen by a certain time. And so it's very important to do those things before you go spend the money, because WAPA has very limited money. Our rates are very low for what we need. It's low for what we need. It may not be, it's not low for the market, but it's low for what WAPA actually need.
Thank you for your response. And Madam Chair, if I may urge you, please kindly to have an opportunity to ask Mr. Wiechnik a question, because I hadn't had a chance because my time expired.
Certainly, you may proceed with asking Attorney Wiechnik a question.
I
Kindly
appreciate
proceed.
it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wiechnik, you briefly shared that you're an attorney and you relocated here from legal practice in New Jersey to engage in this area now, which is historical preservation. What unique perspectives do you believe you possess in your 20 years of construction litigation that will most benefit the Historic Preservation Commission?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I think being involved in construction litigation will teach you what not to do in construction, as opposed to, I'm not sure I could build a house, but I certainly know how to not build a house. And so things like reading architectural plans, looking at invoices, looking at proposals, speaking to contractors, offering some advice to some of the petitioners for HPC approval, I think will be helpful. In addition to, I think I'm up on, as I discussed with Senator Lewis, newer construction materials and efficiencies that may be available to help people build and rebuild some of these derelict properties, hopefully in a manner that's more efficient and cost-effective, so that we can get both things done, honoring the history and keeping the historic view of town, but also allowing people to build it within their budget. And I think being involved in the construction world from the litigation side for 20 years gives me that advantage.
Okay, and to keep it in the budget, the preservation regulations, whatever you can do to assure that with the low income or middle income families that own these properties, most of them, because it gets very expensive very quickly. So
of course,
as a board member, whatever you can do to try to meet them halfway.
Of course, any advice that we can give I think would be helpful to them.
Yes, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your leniency, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolkes, for that line of questioning. Before we proceed to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I wanted to follow up on Senator Bolkes' question to you, Attorney Wiechnik. You and your wife have gone through this process of rehabilitating and renovating a very historic building, Hotel 1829. I don't know any other building that comes to my mind right now that has such a historic impression and symbolic of our time during Danish rule and the like. So how long did it take you to renovate it and then to now have your doors open and operable?
Well, I guess it's a two-part answer. How long it takes to renovate it, it is still going on now.
Okay.
But to get us reopened, it took us 8 months. We purchased the property in April of 2024, and by January, we were able to open 7 of the guest rooms and the bar and restaurant.
Okay, and now, you went through the HPC yourself.
Yes, sir.
How was your time? How were you treated? Was it a fast process to you, or was it slow? What things that you think can be updated to really make the process more streamlined for our residents?
I think I had the benefit of being Director Krieger's neighbor, and so I knew Sean. But in that regard, being open for advice to the public, I think the public should feel comfortable coming to the board and to the director for advice on how to do things before you start. I think that would be very helpful to get the word out that we are not just a judgmental group, that we're more of an advisory board to help them. And I think, for example, when we were looking for windows and doors, and in particular the light fixtures on the front of the building had disappeared, and there were only the housings at the bottom. And Director Krieger had given us the name of the manufacturer. He knew where to get them in Germany so that we could get the matching pieces to restore the historic lighting, and it's directly in the front of the building, so everyone would see it as you come up the main steps. So I think, in answer to your question, giving the public the availability of our knowledge and Director Krieger's knowledge before they get started on any of these projects, to help them navigate it, where to obtain these materials and how to do it best, both efficiently and in compliance with the regulations.
So you're saying to be a bit more proactive, really.
Yes.
And so I would leave you there, because I'm sure other senators may have questions for you and Ms. Foy on that realm, because that's what I think helps us if we are very proactive. And so definitely that is a critical component. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers and staff. First of all, Attorney Wiechnik, good day.
Good day.
Ms. Foy, good day. My first set of questions is directed to Attorney Wiechnik. As it relates to, what are some of the biggest challenges do you feel face historic preservation here in the territory?
From an owner's perspective, I think it's financing. Financing is difficult on the island in general, getting construction loans and things like that. And then finding contractors. Finding qualified contractors is always a difficult task in middling projects, the big projects, the Weston and what. They're able to find contractors, and as you get, believe it or not, but smaller ones, it's more difficult to find those middle of the road contractors that will help you and be within your budget.
Okay. Well, the other question I want to ask has to do with the public has a disconnect with this commission. That's just the reality.
I agree.
They see it as bad, like anything to do with historic preservation is going to cost us money. We're never going to get this thing done. They're going to block me from getting projects. How do you how do you and the board potentially, if you become a member, how do you change that public perception? What do you think needs to be done for the public to get a better understanding that they're actually here to be advisors and potentially help?
You're 100% right. That is certainly the perception, and I think that stems from some of the prior boards who were a little more stringent when it came to the regulations. And like Senator Joseph raised, I think part of it is outreach, trying to speak to some of the owners, having meetings with some of the owners downtown. We know generally who they are, and when they purchase a building, being proactive to contact them and offer our advice and assistance. I think us reaching out first as opposed to waiting for them to come to us.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Ms. Foy, are you a yes person?
No.
That's important for me because we have had some very interesting conversations with board members here on the Senate floor. And I see that board as the last barrier to protecting the people of this territory when it comes to some of the things that we deal with WAPA. And the reason why I asked you that is I have heard board members say, well, we don't know, so we just followed what somebody else said. We've had situations where the board just went along and signed off on documentation and didn't have explanation as to how all these cost overruns happen when it was their responsibility. So I'm very leery of people coming on and not fully understanding what their responsibility is, as well as not just being yes people, but actually diving in and doing their job and knowing that they're a full board member and whatever their input is just as important as opposed to just following along. What are your thoughts in regards to that? And to convince me that you being on that board will be not only a positive thing, but it just won't be, a walk in the park and you just go along to get along.
Well, I can't speak about the other board members and what they do. But I know myself, and I have never been one to go along for getting along.
Good.
I have not accomplished what I have done for my personal life by going along. Good. Now, you have to understand that in a position brings you credibility. And even though you may be employed somewhere, it doesn't mean that you have the credibility to make the changes. Mm-hmm. Some of the best employees are not the ones who run in the departments or giving the input. But as a board member, and since I know production, I know the plant very well. Mr. Bunavega trained me very well. Sometimes people think I'm an engineer. I understand the plan very well. I understand finance very well. And I can discern between nonsense when it's presented.
That's very important.
And so my relationship and my tenure at WAPA and presenting in front of board and being in board meetings, I know for sure many of the projects need to be scrutinized a little bit more.
Vetted a little bit more.
But sometimes you got to understand that the board position is policy, and we are not supposed to actually get into the process or the procedure unless that's changed as a board mandate. But it's very important to know what is going on, and that's what you have the committee meetings for.
Exactly.
During the committee meetings, you can dive into things without actually doing the work for the employees.
Make an informed decision. Excellent.
Yes.
My final question I want to ask, you talked a little bit about your role in WAPA and finances, and you're very well versed in that. What do you think that your role as being a member of the board can bring to even assist or guide with the financial issues that WAPA is currently facing right now?
Well, some of the things that come to the board, some of the issues that come to the board or the presenters will come with projects. And I'm sure we have people with engineer experience on the board who can lend their expertise in deciding whether a project should go forward. My biggest goal is WAPA has been, we call ourselves our children WAPA babies because they were born while you work at WAPA. And I really want WAPA to be a going concern. It's a company that has been good to me and good to many of us, and we have to do our best to maintain it. And so to do that, we need the financial strength back in WAPA. Back in the days, we didn't have the financial strength because the government of Virgin Islands never used to pay. So you could have blamed the outages on the fact that we didn't have the money to repair the units. And so now that the government is paying a little bit more than they used to pay, we can't blame it on that
any longer.
But we can make the reason being that we really don't have the resources to do the best job that we can. The PSC has hindered us in the past. We're trying to have a better relationship with them, at least a better relationship in terms of them balancing the needs of WAPA and the community as a whole. But in terms of me as a board member and your concern, I could tell you now that I'm not going in this there to just to go along. I'm going in to make a decision and try to do as best as I can. I only have one vote, but I'm going to try to make it as strong as possible as I can.
Thank you so much for that response. I will definitely be supporting both of you today, and it is my hope that you guys being on the board will definitely bring about the much needed improvements that each board needs. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Senator. I will hopefully be wrapping up this final round. So I'll start with you, Ms. Foy. I want to say I had a really robust discussion with you in preparation for today. And I know you're very passionate about this work. You're passionate about being a conduit to solve some of the challenges that we are experiencing with WAPA. So I wanted to ask you relative to the fiscal part of it, because I know that's your strong suit. How do you see WAPA as far as getting their audits done? How do you, when you're talking about financial audits, what is the importance of financial audits as it relates to WAPA's overall ability to be a sustainable energy producer?
Well, you know, financial audits are required by our bond councils. We have to prepare financial audits every year. And so in terms of sustainable, it's a matter of requirement. So it doesn't really play to our sustainability to have an audit. I mean, WAPA can continue working without an audit, and it doesn't hinder the company doing what they have to do. But it is a requirement of the bond council. You know, WAPA has several bonds, and it's a requirement to have annual audit. Now, I think in our talk, we talk about the single audit.
Yes.
And that's very important, especially since we get federal funding and making sure those funding were paid or used for the purpose that it was given. And haven't been there in a while. When I was there, we did have audit. I don't know if a single audit has been done since my departure, since I retired, but it's definitely something that should be done. And I'm sure I don't know if it's been done, so I can't speak to that.
Okay. One of the other items, I'm hitting on the financial part of it, is that we have a number of employees at WAPA. They're paying in their contributions. Okay, and it's taken out of their salary. And WAPA has the responsibility to pay it into GRS. And we're seeing information that WAPA hasn't been doing that consistently. How do you think, what needs to change at WAPA so that they could have that level of fiscal control? Because that's what it is. I think sometimes we are spending money here and there because we are not demonstrating the fiscal controls. What mechanisms or do you think needs to be in place for WAPA to be able to have those fiscal controls?
Well, I know several years ago that happened. I don't know that it continues to happen for individuals. Deduction weren't sent to the GRS timely.
And the agency is not, the authority also is derelict and not paying their portion, their responsible portion.
Yeah. So, well, when you prepare a budget, remember, budget is just a budget.
It's a livable document. It's livable.
Cash is king, and so we cannot send a budgetary number to GRS. However, when you determine your cash flow, one of the things that should be paid is what employees have paid and your contribution to the GRS system. Not doing that outside of being a board member, outside of being an employee, outside of a personal thing, that's, yes. So one of the things that we must pay, if people take out money out of your check, it should go to the purpose that it was sent for. Now, and that's just administrative. That's an administrative function. So it's not a board policy, because those things are automatically set aside money. That's not a board policy or procedure.
What should be done to penalize? Because it goes into the question of trust. You know, you're working hard. Now you're going to retire. Guess what? You can't get your annuity check yet because the GRS system is telling you that you have to pay in all of this money. And you're like, what? It was coming out of my check.
Well, you know, if those issues have come to the board, and the board will, of course, talk with the executive director, because that's who reports to us, the executive director, not the employees directly. And so you would let him know this thing have come to light, and by the next board meeting, make sure all these things are paid for. It's just a board talk, communicating with the executive director, and he putting forward the action that's required because it come to light. Now, I don't know, like I said, I haven't been around for 4 years, but when it did come to light, we were able to pay up what we owe back in the day.
I have one question for you, because you put it as part of your goals, and I think it's an achievable goal, and we're seeing it a lot, not only at WAPA, but on some of the disaster relief projects. This cost overrun. We are seeing that a lot of the projects, they are bid, you have a contract and a slate of money to pay this specific cost, to say something simple, to move this desk from here to there. You're saying it's going to be $500. Then the contractor comes and say, you know, they have already executed a contract.
30 seconds.
We are having some challenges and delays because there's this hole here that we need to fill in order to move the desk from this point to that point. Now, it isn't our fault that the contractor didn't do their due diligence to see that there was a hole there. How do you think, but we still need to get a desk from here on the right side to the left side. How do you see cost overrun? Thank you. How do you see cost overruns can be reduced? And to hold those contractors to those contract agreements relative to their cost.
Now, you know, when you do a project, you always have to, and even when you develop your goals and objectives, a lot of them can't get accomplished because there's critical success factors that's required. You are told that you have to do this particular project, but before you can do this particular item, it depends on the other person doing that. And so that creates delays. So people need to make sure they have the critical success factors. What is required for me to accomplish this next task? And sometimes that critical success factor is not done. So that may create cost overrun. If the cost overrun is caused by the contractor, those contracts just need to be worded that the contractor is responsible financially if it's their fault. But sometimes it may not be their fault. It might be the agency, the utility, or the company fault why this cost overruns. So cost of material may increase because you did not do this part. So all projects are not always responsibility of the contractor. It could be the agency that's causing the delay.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Lewis, you have a point of information. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Foy.
Yes.
I only have one last ask of you. When you, because I know you're going to get in. I ain't worried about that part. Let's look out for some of the smaller vendors, please. Please. Let's look out for the homeboy them. Because we have a lot of them does work for WAPA because of on good faith, people like you and I would call them and say, man, help out WAPA now. And these guys would go out there, and ladies, and complete services and don't get paid, man. We have too much of them walking around here in the street that wap our own money. Look out for the smaller guys, please. Because the big, one second, the big vendors, we make sure we pay them, we come legislature, we work government house, we do all kind of thing. So let's look out for the smaller people. I have to advocate for them. I'm going to be their voice today. Please, I know it's not, you're just one voice, but I was asking, please, to be the loud voice for them.
When I was manager of budget and cash, local vendors were our priority. All the other big ones were set aside. We always pay. But I was manager of budget and cash at the time. Now, we can do that. We can make sure one of the policies, if allowable, is that the local. I agree. The local vendors are the one who feed in the community, and they should be the priority of the agency. I don't know if they're not now.
Yeah, I'm talking about we had emergency situation. Guys come out with a traco, baco, help out. Other issues we've had. And these guys walk around here, 30, 80, 60, 90,000. I mean.
But remember, that's not a board. The board can...
No, I didn't say it was a board. I don't say speak up for them, please.
Yes.
I didn't say it was a board. All right?
I will.
And thank you so much, Senator Lewis. And that's something that you just answered to. I think there need to be a priority, a policy in place, and you said that's something you will look into and work on. That, and this is not just WAPA, This is something that we are seeing happen. We first see it happen with the Carnival Committee, the Division of Festivals. They pay artists who are outside of the Virgin Islands first, and our local vendors are suffering. They have to be calling our office. We are inundated with these calls because these individuals, our local people who pay the taxes here, they are not receiving their payment timely. So is there, in your estimation, and Mr. Wiechnik, I already asked you all of my questions. Is there, in your experience, a time frame that WAPA is supposed to have to pay their vendors? If you're going to have a service or do something, you should have the money there to pay.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No. It would be the right way. You don't enlist people, assistants, or have people to work because you have to pay, but that's not what that happens. We hope to get the money to pay. I mean, I'm only speaking about my experience.
Okay.
We hope we have the money to pay, but sometimes the funds may not come in. It's just a matter of who you want to pay, and the priority, like Senator Lewis said, it should be. That's just my personal thing, based on my experience and what I did. Local vendors should be the priority beside the big one. But it depends on who's deciding. It depends on who's deciding who gets paid.
Okay, and I because you play such a critical role in our economy, and we having renewables that are coming online, I wanted to ask you, where do you see us as far as WAPA to be able to get those renewable online and for us to see some reduction in our rate? Because I sit on the Public Services Commission, and sitting on the Public Services Commission, we are holding strong. We are not reducing the rate because we know our people can't afford to pay anything higher. We reduced it. WAPA came back and said that no, they can't do it because it's not going to be able to be, they're not going to be able to be sustainable. And so we had to say, okay, we'll give you a little reprieve. All right? But when can we see that WAPA is sustainable enough to, and how, well, the question is, how can we get to that point? How do you envision, using your experience being there and working as a board member, that we could get to that point where we are getting affordable, clean energy and consistent energy?
Well, I know you talk about renewable energy, and most of our renewable energy comes with private companies that charge us a rate. Mm-hmm. I mean, the rate, we always try to make sure that rate is lower than our avoided costs. What costs can we can if we make it ourselves, what that would be. Now, we will hope that our cost is so low that these renewable energy thing, they have to come down. But because WAPA avoided cost is a little high, they can come in with all these higher costs per kilowatt hours to us. So once we can reduce our avoided costs, what WAPA can make these produce ourselves, then we can get a thing. But you find at the PSC, which you're a member of, and I've been in front of them several times, anyone that comes in with some pitch that they can provide WAPA, we have to by law listen to them. And they come in, they don't have the finances, but we have to utilize our legal staff to review. Senator Lewis could come in and say, I can provide WAPA a rate of 5 cents, and we have to accept his proposal and review it and have the legislature, have our staff and legal staff spend an enormous amount of money reviewing it, spending money that we shouldn't be spending to review frivolous companies who may want. And so that's one of the things that the PSC required. We have to take everybody
By law.
everybody consideration.
And this
and it costs us. It costs us WAPA.
And so this is a law-making body, and this is something that I don't believe many of us here understood. Okay, we believe that the weight of it was by the person, the entity who is proposing. So this is something that is very fruitful that we can look at and restructure if need be, because then that's an additional burden on the authority. Colleagues, do we have any other questions for the nominees? Hearing none, motion. Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you. I was going to vote in favor for Ms. Foy, but she used me in the bad example. Madam Chair, I move that Ms. Joan P. Foy, Governor's nominee, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board, be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and reported to the full body for further consideration and vetting. I so move.
The nominee for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, Ms. Joan Foy, has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senators Bokes and Francis Heiliger. Roll call on the governor's nominee, Ms. Foy, to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board.
Senator Angel L. Bokes Jr. Senator Bokes Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Joseph Sr., absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee, Ms. Joan P. Foy, to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action.
Motion.
You're recognized, Senator Lewis, for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nominee, Mr. Mark M. Wiechnik, Esquire, governor's nominee for the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission, be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and reported to the full body for further consideration and vetting. I so move.
The governor's nominee, Mark M. Wiechnik, Esquire, to the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission, has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senators Bokes and Francis Heiliger. Roll call on the governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission, Mr. Mark M. Wiechnik.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Yay. Senator Bocas Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mark M. Wiechnik, the Governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission, has received a favorable vote in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. At this time, I will allow the nominees, beginning with Ms. Joan P. Foy, to proceed with a 60-second closing remarks.
Thank you. I just want to thank the body for your kind consideration of me today. I'm going to do my best to put forward some of the suggestions you all have made. My Whopper family, my retired Whopper family will definitely hold me to the task, so it won't just be y'all. Everybody will hold me to the task. And I'll hold myself to the task. I'm good at task driven stuff, so I'm thinking y'all will be very pleased with the result. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for those closing remarks, Ms. Foy. Attorney Wiechnik, you may proceed with placing on the record your 60 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate everyone's questions today and the interest in historic preservation. I appreciate you meeting with me prior to. Everyone has been fantastic and respectful, and I hope to serve on HPC as effectively as I possibly can. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Wiechnik, for those closing remarks. You both, Ms. Foy and Attorney Wiechnik, you are released from your testimony and present here at the Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting for today. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we are back on the record. Before I ask Madam Clerk to proceed with reading Block 2 into today's agenda into the record, I wanted to note that we took a longer break than anticipated because we went downstairs, my colleagues and I in this committee went downstairs to really greet and support the Virgin Islands Association for Independent Living organization and their members. You know, those are the person who are hearing and sight impaired, as well as 3 St. Thomas Lions organizations, namely the East End Lions Club, the St. Thomas East Lions Club, and the Charlotte Amalie St. Thomas Lions Club. These organizations do such a wealth of collaboration together and by themselves to really support those who are challenged in our community, whether it's providing food, whether it's providing scholarships. So we really wanted to assure that we took some time out of our busy day today to go down there on our grounds, on our legislative grounds, to show our appreciation and to encourage them. So I really thank all of the members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary here today who accompany me downstairs. And I really want to thank Mr. Secretary, Senator Lewis, for pointing that this is something that was vital that we took some time out to do because we give typically the government and the legislature appropriate monies to the Virgin Islands Association for Independent Living, and we're seeing the good work that they're doing with a lot of our citizens who are hearing and sight impaired. With that being said, Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading Block 2 of today's agenda into the record.
Block 2, Bill number 36-0140, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 403, clarifying the term of service for members of the Historic Preservation Commission. The invited testifiers are Honorable John Pierre L. Oriole, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and Mr. Sean Krieger, Director of the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office in the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 2 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 36-0140? Media, kindly recognize the mic of Senator Lewis, and you are recognized, Senator Lewis, to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Today, I am here to present Bill number 36-0140, which makes a small but important adjustment to our laws regarding the Historic Preservation Commission. This bill doesn't create anything new. It simply clears up the wording so that everyone understands exactly how long members are supposed to serve. Right now, the law isn't very clear about the term of service for members of the commission, and that has caused some confusion. The commission does important work in protecting and preserving the history and culture of our Virgin Islands, and it needs clear rules to operate smoothly and fairly. For context, the Historic Preservation Commission was established to safeguard the architectural, cultural, and historic character of our islands. The commission reviews proposed changes to historic districts, ensures that construction and development respect our heritage, and serves as a guardian of the Virgin Islands' unique identity. Its works balances progress with preservation, making sure future generations can still see, touch, and learn from our past. Because of the important responsibility entrusted to the Commission, it is critical that members serve with consistency and accountability. This bill provides a clarity by establishing that all members shall serve a term of 2 years. It is a straightforward measure, but one that strengthens the Commission's ability to carry out its mission without unnecessary uncertainty. I respectfully ask my colleagues for their support of this bill so that we may continue to protect the history, culture, and legacy of the Virgin Islands through the steady and effective work of the Historic Preservation Commission. Colleagues, all I'm doing today is just clarifying this language and indicating that all members of the Commission shall serve a term of 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, Senator Lewis, for that introduction. At this time, I know we have 2 individuals that were read in the record to testify on this bill, but I'm thinking that Commissioner Oriol from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources is unable to make it here today, so he sent a representative. At this time, I will recognize the testifier. If you could say your name and your position into the record.
Good day, Senator Joseph. Sean L. Krieger, Director and Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krieger, and welcome to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you, Senator. Good day, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands present, and the listening and viewing public. My name is Sean L. Krieger, and I am the Director and Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer for the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I appear before this Legislative Assembly on behalf of Commissioner and State Historic Preservation Officer Jean-Pierre L. Oriol to provide testimony on Bill number 360140, an act amending Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 403, Historic Preservation Commission. Subsection C, by striking the first sentence and inserting a new sentence to state, all members of the Commission shall serve a term of 2 years. Commissioner Oriol and I are both in favor of this modification to the Historic Preservation Commission's members' term of service if the other provisions of subsection C are maintained, which allows members to serve until the appointment and qualification of their successor is approved by the Legislature. The adjustment to the term of members from a staggered 1-year and 2-year term system to a balanced 2 years for all members will bring parity to the Commission membership service of period. In closing, I recommend that the committee also consider updating subsection G by correcting the name of the fund to read Virgin Islands Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Revolving Fund, established pursuant to Title 33, Section 3095, Virgin Islands Code, which was amended by Act 7394, subsection 7. I thank you for the opportunity to share this brief testimony on Bill number 360140, a measure to clarify the term of service for appointed members of the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. I remain available for questions and concerns you may have regarding this matter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krieger. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleague. Just for clarity, everything that Mr. Krieger talked about remains the same, is remaining the same. Only thing we clarifying here today is that the members serve a 2-year term. This testimony came in late yesterday, so therefore we couldn't make the amendment to upgrade the language to reflect Virgin Island Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Revolving Fund. I do plan to make that correction by time of session moving forward. That's new to me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis, for that clarification. Members, we will have one round of 4 minutes. This is a very straightforward, rather 3 minutes. 1 round of 3 minutes questioning, because this is a very straightforward, non-controversial piece of legislation, and it's just to clean up the language and not have the members' time staggering. And so we will begin with Senator Angel Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, central staff. And good afternoon to Mr. Director Sean Krieger of SHPO.
Good afternoon, Senator.
And thank you for your testimony here today. And as indicated, as the chairwoman said, this is a pretty straightforward measure. However, I just have a couple questions. Just trying to find out if it's a policy or not. Not necessarily that it needs to be in the bill, but what systems, if any, are in place to ensure that there's a rapid replacement of the outgoing members, and to avoid unfulfilled or unfilled seats.
Thank you for your question, Senator. So the law actually speaks to the appointment or recommendation of members to be considered by the legislature annually, every January. That's what the law speaks to. But it also provides provisions for during session that the governor can make a request to the legislature to consider other nominees. That's the basis. That's the law allows.
Okay, so there's no need or no urgent issue with outgoing members and having to fill the seats.
Well, one of the things that the law provides, and this is something that Commissioner Oriole wanted to make sure that was maintained in the laws that exist, is that the service of commission members continues until their direct replacement is approved by the legislature.
Okay.
So that's a valuable tool, because in the cases where we have had not available candidates to fill seats, we've been able to maintain our commission members legally because the law provides for that once a replacement is approved.
Okay, very well. I just wanted that on the record. And in your opinion, from an operational standpoint, how do you foresee the shifting of the term now to a 2-year term? How does that benefit you operational-wise?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So right now, Senator, the law provides for both 1-year terms and 2-year terms. So this would just bring parity where everyone is serving at a 2-year term, as Senator Lewis pointed out. So I think it's a good balance. There will still be staggering changeover because, of course, not everyone is appointed at the same time.
Yes.
But I believe it will bring that value to just having a longer period of service consistently across the board.
Okay. Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Boquez, for your line of questioning. The chair will now recognize Senator Francis Heiliger for your 3 minutes.
Thank
Kindly
you.
proceed.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers and staff. Do you think that it's important to clarify this, and why do you support changing it to 2 years?
Thank you for the question, Senator Heiliger. So we do have 2-year terms within the membership, but there are some that are, exactly. There are some that are 1 year, some that's 2 year. Mm-hmm. So I think just bringing that all on a balanced level does have a value. So that's why the department, Commissioner Oriole, and myself are in support.
For more balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I understand that. As it relates to this, will this affect any of the current members, or we're going to reset and start once this bill is implemented, if it is? How do you see that playing out? So would it go based on the time, just from your understanding, from when that individual was appointed, so everybody will have their own specific time frame, or do we all get reset? That's what is your understanding of that? That's
a very good question, Senator Heiliger. And honestly, I am of the opinion that it should be a reset because, take for example, the last nominee that was approved, Mrs. Quinones for the St. Croix district. I'm not sure in her appointment it stated if she was a one-year term member or a two-year term member. We just knew that she was approved by this body, and we
Wow.
appreciate that. So I think the safest bet is to just do a reset, understand that everyone presently serving and going forward. So Attorney Wiechnik, who you heard from this morning,
Yes.
he would be coming in, if approved by this body, at a two-year term.
Okay. Well, I think we probably need to clear that part up a little bit, so it wouldn't. Because I'm looking at it. I could see the potential concerns there. But thank you so much. I do see the need to have the overall balance, and I support what we're attempting to do.
Thank you, Senator.
All right.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger, for that line of questioning. I do have a question because I want to know, are you seeing the members of the Historic Preservation Commission that you are unable to fill vacancies, or are you able to have a quorum?
Thank you, Senator Joseph, for that question. Presently, the commission is down to three members per district. So by law, there are supposed to be 6 appointed members for each committee, and the commissioner of DPNR, Commissioner Earle, serves as the secretary ex officio, so that makes up the 7th position. We've been down to 3. So may I continue?
You can proceed.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So what we've been having to do is to have members from the adjoining committee serve to fill a May quorum. So having these additional members will help us in maintaining quorum. Quorum is 4 for the commission purposes in each committee.
Okay, so the quorum is 4, and so you have 3 members who have been appointed with the advice and consent of the legislature. And then Commissioner Earle, he's a voting member.
He's a voting member, ex officio.
So, right.
Yeah.
So he may.
Representative of the commissioner. I usually sit on the committee, but we
Right.
don't like to do that too much, so that's why we bring in the committee members from the other district.
Okay. Do you have an idea of how many persons are now serving just the one term on the
No, Senator
historic?
Joseph.
Okay.
No, I
That would
do
have been helpful to understand who is serving. But in a nutshell, I understand the overarching concept to make sure that everyone is serving on the 2-year term. Why is it that we didn't look for like 3-year or 4 years and you're just going just 2 years? Because I don't know how much can be accomplished in 2 years. We here as senators sometimes, we have a lot of legislation and we meet, but things happen and you're still not able to accomplish all of your agenda. Why are you looking at 2 years and not say 3 or even 4?
It's a fair question. I would say I believe the reason why it probably hasn't been a pressing matter because the law allows for commission members that are duly appointed, approved by this body, to serve until replaced by an equally qualified appointed member. So we've been sort of having, there is no pressing need to replace because the law allows for members to sit legally and serve until their replacement.
Until their successor
Yes.
is appointed and by the advice and consent of the legislature.
Correct.
So I understand that clearly. So in looking at that, I don't have any objection. I just was concerned and looking at the time and looking also that we don't have a large population knocking down the doors to be a part of the board to maybe look at extending it to 3-year terms. I don't have any further. You wanted to talk on that, Mr. Krieger?
Yes, Senator Joseph, and thank you for the time to share. We have had some candidates, but to be...
Go ahead, go ahead.
So just to be, transparent, some candidates have declined to move forward once they knew they had to come before this body for the hearings. Nothing against the legislature to say that it's a bad experience, but so we've had some members that we've lost, right?
Right.
In terms of nominees.
Candidates. Okay.
But I think sessions like this and being able to see the process, like how Attorney Wiechnik's hearing went, and then Member Keonis, that their experiences, I think it will help to dissuade any misunderstandings. That this is a very good process, and it's part of the process, and a very important part of the process.
Yes, it is. And we're hoping that that is the temperature that we are able to show to the public, that it is a process, and we are very respectful for people time, and for especially for them saying the yes, that they want to be on these boards. I mean, they aren't being paid $500,000 to be on this board. Most of it is a love of the Virgin Islands, and that's why they are very much committed to serving on the boards. So I definitely want to commend my colleague for introducing this piece of legislation to just do some cleanup language and extend the time out for all members so that it is the same. There's some equity across the board.
Yes.
Okay, Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, just so the community could know, because everyone is listening, that when this bill was created, this bill, from time the HPC has been created, has always been the one term. So that's now we not 2 terms. No.
1 and 2.
One
1
and
year
2.
and 2 years.
So now we're just codifying it to make it two terms, right?
2
2
years.
years.
Yeah.
Sorry, 2 years. I
Yeah.
apologize.
That's okay.
Take my time. 2 years. Yes. Right? And I do take the recommendation from the committee from Mr. Craig and the DPNR team to correct the name of the fund to read the Virgin Islands Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Revolving Fund. Like I said, that was not present until late yesterday, so it was impossible for me to get that through legal counsel, but I do promise to have it ready for session date. And I thank Mr. Krieger for being here today as well, and the Commissioner Oriel for his input behind the scenes as well. And hearing nothing else, I don't know if my colleagues have any other questions, but I was ready to go to a motion.
I do have one burning question.
Go right ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for allowing me to ask one burning question on this bill. And it is in reference to the fund. So how are you able to spend the money in the fund without the corrected name? You're able to still access it?
So the fund is not active right now.
Oh, it's an inactive fund.
It is an active fund, but it was established. Yeah. Okay. So to put Senator Lewis at ease, this fund was established, I guess, maybe around the time when the law was created or sometime after that. What had happened was the fund used to be called the Frederickstead and Christianstead Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Fund. Mm-hmm. Your former colleague, Senator Neville James, and I think some others, who forgive me for not remembering, they had the foresight to recognize that the fund title needed to change to reflect its true coverage.
Of the territory.
Yes, Senator. Because although it says Frederickstead and Christianstead, it also includes a component of Charlotte and Marley. And so to bring, equalization, it was changed. So I recognize in the bill that Senator Lewis had put forward that particular item had been missed. So that's why it was pointed out. But it's already changed legally. It is already changed legally.
Okay, good. And that is a vital information to put on the record so that when Senator Lewis brings the amendment, he could actually say, and the record would have reflected why this change is needed and the history behind of it. The creation of the Virgin Islands Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Revolving Fund, and that it's not active, but we want to have it activated and correct in the code and codified. So that's one of the questions I wanted to ask so that my good senator to the left of me doesn't have to do too much of homework. We've done the homework here, and we are ready to move forward. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Madam Chair.
Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0140, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 403, clarifying the term of service for members of the Historic Preservation Commission, be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and reported to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Bill number 36-0140 has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis and seconded by Senator Angel Boquez Jr. Roll call on Bill number 36-0140.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger. Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph. Yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0140, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 403, clarifying the term of service for members of the Historic Preservation Commission, has been voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. At this time, I will allow Mr. Krieger from the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office to place 60 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I want to thank you and this committee, Rules and Judiciary, on behalf of Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol and myself, the opportunity to come before you to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0140. We appreciate the support of the legislature in helping us to clarify, items in our historic preservation laws. We thank you for the support of this body in supporting funding for our commission. That is very important. For a long time, the commission had not been properly funded, and this legislature has seen to it that in the last couple of years, the commission has received this allotment, and we thank you for that. We thank the people of the Virgin Islands for their support. We are working to preserve and protect your architectural and cultural heritage. It's an honor to do so, and I thank you.
And thank you so much, Mr. Krieger. And you are released from your testimony before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary will stand in recess until 2:00 p.m. Committee stands in recess until 2 for lunch. are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record Block 3 of today's agenda.
Block 3, Bill number 36-0141, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 415, to add a term of service for appointees to the Board of Physical Therapy. This bill is sponsored by Senator Avery L. Lewis. The invited testifiers are the Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Bill number 36-0142, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Section 45, by changing the maximum number of members of the Board of Licensing of Barbering and Cosmetology. This bill is sponsored by Senator Avery L. Lewis. The invited testifier is Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 3 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I know we spent a little time for lunch, and I hope everybody is ready to conclude our business of today. We have one more block after this. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 36-0141? And of course, following that, we'll ask who speaks on behalf of Bill number 36-0142, because these two measures are kind of intertwined. Media, please recognize the mic of Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Lewis.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I speak on Bill number 36-0141, and at the appropriate time, I'll also be speaking on Bill 36-0142. Today, I rise to introduce Bill 36-0141, an act amending Title 3 of the Virgin Islands Code to establish a defined term of service for members of the Board of Physical Therapy. This measure clarifies that all board members shall serve a 3-year term and may continue to serve until their successor is duly appointed. The Board of Physical Therapy plays a critical role in ensuring that professional standards are upheld, safeguarding that well-being of patients, and supporting the growth of quality healthcare services in our territory. Yet, the absence of clear guidance on terms of service has created uncertainty in gaps in governance. By setting a structured 3-year appointment, this legislation strengthens stability sorry about that. By setting a structured 3-year appointment, this legislation strengthens stability, accountability, and continuity on the board. This bill is straightforward but important measure that ensures the board remains effective in regulating a vital profession while aligning its governance with best practices for professional boards across the territory. Ultimately, this act will help us protect the public, support healthcare workers, and enhance the trust placed in our regulatory bodies. Madam Chair, with your permission, I'm willing to introduce Bill number 36-0142.
Thank you, Senator Lewis, for your comments and your introduction. We have before us the...
I didn't introduce the next one.
Oh, go.
Your permission to introduce.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, kindly proceed in introducing the next bill and in this block.
Thank you. Colleagues, I also rise to introduce Bill number 36-0142, an act to amend Title 27, Chapter 17, Section 451A of the Virgin Islands Code relating to the Board of Licensing and Barbering and Cosmetology. This bill also seeks to modernize the structure of the board by adjusting the membership provisions to ensure more balanced representation across our districts. Under current law, only 2 members of the board may reside in any one island. This restriction has often limited the ability to appoint qualified and willing professionals to serve, particularly when interests and expertise are concentrated in certain districts. Bill number 36-0142 proposes to increase that maximum to 3 members residing in any district, thereby providing greater flexibility in appointments and ensuring that the board is fully staffed with individuals who are committed to upholding professional standards in barbering and cosmetology. The board plays a vital role in protecting public health and safety, regulating professional standards, and fostering trust in industries that serve thousands of Virgin Islanders every day. From barbers to cosmetologists, these professionals contribute not only to personal care, but also to the cultural identity and economic vitality of our community. It is essential that the board regulating these industries remain strong, functional, and inclusive of the best qualified individuals. By making this adjustment, we are not only removing unnecessary barriers to service, but also ensuring that the board continues to reflect the needs and realities of our workforce. I respectfully ask for the support of my colleagues in passing this bill so that together we can strengthen the work of the board and better serve the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, colleagues, and I ask you for your support in both of these bills, Bill 360142 and Bill 360141. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis, for that introduction. We do have testifiers from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs here with us, and we will ask you to identify yourself, beginning with Commissioner H. Natalie Hodge. Media, kindly turn on the mic. Go again.
Good afternoon.
We're not hearing the testifier.
Testing. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Testing.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon, Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you and welcome, Commissioner Hodge. And to your left,
Sarah Maynard, Director of Boards and Commissions, Department of Licensing, Consumer and Affairs.
thank you and welcome, Ms. Maynard. To your right,
Good afternoon, Senator. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
thank you and welcome, Assistant Commissioner Graham. You can proceed with reading your, certainly you can, Senator Avery Lewis. Kindly recognize the mic of Senator Avery Lewis.
Testing. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, I'd just like to place on the record, I know we're going to receive testimony from Commissioner Hodge, and she was asked to give testimony on both bills.
And she
but
is.
we also do have testimony from Department of Health. Commissioner Hussein Khanis Young, her and her team couldn't be here today, but we do have testimony. It's here, and anybody could have it. It's on the drive already. I just wanted to place that on the record so somebody don't say that, health is not here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was going to mention that that Department of Health was very diligent to submit their testimonies on the public drive, but more importantly, they were in favor of the change in the date. There was no objection to the Bill 36-0141, which is amending the term of members to the Board of Physical Therapy. And I also aware that the Commissioner has included testimony in there. So we made the decision because we wouldn't be able to make any inquiries to the Department of Health regarding that it's and there wasn't any objections from them to just proceed. And it is available on our public drive. Commissioner Hodge, you may proceed now with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of Committee on Rules and Judiciary, esteemed members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, committee members and non-committee members present, and the listening and the viewing audience. My name is Natalie Hodge. I'm Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Appearing with me today are Mr. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, and Ms. Sarah Maynard, the Director of DLCA's Office of Boards and Commissions. We are here today in support of Bill numbers 36-0141 and 36-0142. Bill number 36-0141 seeks to recognize and strengthen the profession of the physical therapy within the Virgin Islands. Physical therapists are essential to the recovery, rehabilitation, and long-term wellness of our residents. Their work enhances mobility, independence, and quality of life for countless individuals across the territory. For the record, I wish to clarify the scope of DLCA's regulatory authority as it pertains to Bill number 36-0141. While the DLCA is responsible for issuing business licenses, this department does not certify physical therapists or other healthcare professionals. The Virgin Islands Board of Physical Therapy is responsible for overseeing physical therapy licensure and related regulations within the territory. The DLCA interacts with the Office of Professional Licensure and Health Planning to clarify the qualifications and standards required for physical therapists and physical therapist assistants to obtain licensure in the Virgin Islands. Only then do the DLCA process and issue the initial or renewal business license. However, it is important to note that I believe by adding language to the statute stating that all board members are appointed to a 3-year term and may serve until the successor is appointed, helps ensure continuity of operations and maintain stability in the oversight and regulatory functions of territorial boards. The DLCA remains committed to interagency collaboration and stands ready to support the Department of Health and the Legislature in promoting safe and lawful professional practices throughout the Virgin Islands. Today, we are also appearing before you in support of Bill number 36-0142, which seeks to change the maximum number of members that can reside in any district to 3 members for the Board of Licensing of Barbering and Cosmetology. Pursuant to 27 VIC, subsection 451A, B, the Virgin Islands Code currently provides that the board shall consist of 7 members to be appointed by the governor, 2 of whom shall be licensed barbers, 3 of whom shall be licensed beauticians, and 2 shall be licensed estheticians. Not more than 2 members may reside on any one island. This structure was originally designed to ensure balanced representation across the Virgin Islands. However, as the administrative and legislative framework of the territory has evolved, the existing restriction based on island has become outdated and impractical. The proposed amendment replaces the word island with district and increases the allowable number of members who may reside within any one district from 2 to 3. This modernization will provide greater appointment flexibility, improve operational continuity, and ensure equitable representation which aligns with the current governance structure. The island restriction often limits the governor's ability to appoint qualified candidates when licensed practitioners reside more on one island than another. At times, This limitation has delayed appointments and prevented the board from meeting quorum, hindering the timely processing of licenses and examinations. Replacing island with district aligns the statute with this modern administrative reality, promote consistency across government agencies and boards while ensuring representation reflects current jurisdictional boundaries. Redefining membership eligibility by district allows for a broader pool of qualified professionals to select from within each district, ensuring a full board composition and uninterrupted operations. Furthermore, the Department of Licensing currently records the following active licenses under the Board for Licensing of Barbering and Cosmetology. On St. Croix, we have 136 licensed cosmetologists, barber, and estheticians. On St. Thomas, we have 177, whereas on St. John, we only have 14 current licensed cosmetologists, barber, and estheticians. This data showed that keeping an island-based membership restriction for the Barbering and Cosmetology Board is impractical. St. John only has 14 licensed professionals, while St. Croix has 136, and St. Thomas has 177. This makes a fair representation of difficult under the current setup. Moving to a district-based model would combine the professional pools of St. Thomas and St. John, increasing the number of qualified candidates and allowing vacancies to be filled more quickly. This change would improve operational continuity and ensure a quorum, promote fair representation that reflects where the industry professionals are concentrated. In conclusion, Bill number 36-0142 is a simple yet significant improvement that strengthens the capacity and fairness of the board for the licensing of barbering and cosmetology. By replacing the word island with district and increasing the allowable membership per district, the legislature will ensure modernized governance, equitable representation, and improved operational continuity. I commend Senator Avery L. Lewis for sponsoring these measures, and I thank Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., this committee, and the 36th Legislature for its thoughtful considerations. On behalf of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, I respectfully urge your favorable support of this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify, and we are here and happy to answer any questions that this committee may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hodge, for your very thoughtful and thorough presentation and testimony before the committee. At this time, we will begin with one round of 4 minutes, beginning with Senator at Large Angel Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Central staff, and to our testifying panel for bill numbers 36-0141 and 36-0142. I believe that these bills are pretty straightforward, similar to the previous bill in the previous block. Very easy to understand the intent of what is trying to be achieved. And I don't see any collateral damage in the sense of changing any of these items to reflect the purpose of streamlining the process or processes surrounding these entities. One thing I did want to ask, and I know that the Department of Health is not here, but one of the things that I was curious to know about was the recruitment portion. The bill does assume that successors will be found, and I think part of the hesitancy in some of these boards is that individuals are hesitant to come before the legislature and put themselves forward. And I'm just here to publicly say that I want to encourage those listening out in public right now to, especially those that have the requisites, the experience, and the education to put yourself forward. There are a lot of boards throughout the Virgin Islands that are vacant, and we need your expertise. We need you to come up and step up to the plate and do your part in our society to be able to make these boards full and whole so that we can continue to provide our citizens with the services that they deserve and require. So again, like I mentioned, Madam Chair, both of these measures, I see the intent and what is trying to be achieved. Again, no collateral damage that I can see being taken based on the information. So I look forward to supporting these measures at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes, for your comments. Chair would now recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to my colleagues, the people of the territory, to the testifiers, to staff. I've listened to the testimony and I have read both of the legislation. I do understand where the commissioner's concerns are and some of her recommendations, but I also do recognize that this is definitely a plus when it comes to making the amendments to these boards. The one thing I want to ask, as it relates to 36-141, is there going to need any type of administrative training or anything just to make these type of adjustments, or it's just basic? In regards to potentially having to update individuals, do you guys do that on a regular basis, especially when new people are coming on board?
Good afternoon, Senator. Just for some clarification, you said 0141, the one that's the bill measure that has to do with the physical therapy?
Let me see. I have both of them, I'm sorry. I'm referencing 142. It's 141 and 142.
So that will be a question for Department of Health because we don't certify.
You don't deal with the certifications?
No.
Okay, good. As it relates to 141, the question I want to ask, how many, I didn't hear the part in your testimony, but how many vacant positions are there right now? One. How many vacant positions are there?
Positions.
Only two?
Two barbers, but I've been working alongside with Government House, and they're about ready to name, at least I know of one barber, so yeah.
So they're potentially sending down some nominations?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I didn't have much questions because I think this is straightforward, and I'm sure the sponsor of the bills will make sure that, they could tweak it a little bit based on some of your recommendations. But I don't think it's anything major that we can't, put it forward today. Okay. So I definitely support the minor changes to these boards, and I don't have a problem with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger, for those questions. I do have a couple of questions, and I really want to first commend the bill sponsor. It is really to modernize our bill and not a bill necessarily, but this board of licensing and barbering and cosmetology, which bill number 36-0142 is attempting to do. Now, in your testimony, you mentioned that there are 7 members are appointed to this board, correct? And right now, it's going to be how the law and the mandate and the statute stands. You're having difficulty because it's saying islands instead of district. And what is the term for each member on the board? Is it straight off 3 years? Membership?
Currently, it is 3 years.
3 years membership to be on the board with the advice and consent of the legislature. And how many vacancies do you have on the board right now?
Currently, we have 2.
2, and those vacancies are for which island as the law currently stands? Which island?
One per district. It's 2 barbers that we don't have on the board, so it's 1 per district.
Okay, 1 per district. And how do you see that? Because now you're saying we are shifting from replacing island to district. Do you see that there may be any potential imbalance with one district outnumbering the other? Because we always want to see a level of parity.
That is correct, Senator. However, I don't see an imbalance because it's 1 per district. Currently, St. John only has 4 barbers, whereas St. Thomas has 42.
Right.
So with that representation, typically nowadays we use district. Everything we do is district. I think St. Thomas will represent St. John as well, but it opens the pool more for selection.
Right. So that we can hopefully get some representation from St. John on the board. Now,
that is correct.
Do you sit as a member, ex officio member, or a representative from DLCA sit as an ex officio member on the board?
No.
No.
But from time to time, I do join the meeting. I stay involved with the board meetings.
Okay, but you do have a staff member who supports the board.
That is right. The Director Sarah Maynard, now in her role, she and my admin staff. There's admin staff for the boards, and they sit with the board. So they support the board. We provide administrative functions, clerical functions, enforcement functions. So DLCA is still very much in support of the board and we support the board.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that we are clear with that because, of course, this is an opportunity to inform our listening audience as well. Mm-hmm. And when they have issues, when consumers or clients have issues, who do they speak to at DLCA? Would they speak to Ms. Maynard, or would they come to you regarding issues that they have experienced in any of these trades?
So that's a very, very good question. If they have a complaint, my complaint unit still takes the complaint. And then once we collect all the information they may need, they know what questions to ask, then they forward it to the board to hear the complaint and make the decision. But the Division of Consumer Affairs is very much involved, the legal division, enforcement division. So the entire agency still backs all the boards.
Right, and so the board serves as a mechanism for due processing as well.
That is correct.
Okay, so it's a very critical board also. Mr. Graham, you wanted to feed in?
Yes, just a quick observation. If the listening public wants to know exactly where they can file such complaints, you can visit us on our website at www.dlca.vi.gov and simply select File a Complaint, and we'll be happy to process it accordingly.
Wonderful. And this always is an opportunity for you to educate and to highlight and big up your own staff and your capacity to be that entity where our electorate, our taxpayers, our citizenry can go to file complaints. Thank you so much for that information and sharing that vital information. At this time, Senator Avery Lewis, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues and testifiers. Commissioner Hodge, I first want to commend you for filling the position of Director of Boards and Commission. This is her first month, so I wouldn't give her the first 20 questions. But, Commissioner, I have a couple questions, if I may ask. As it pertains to boards, how many boards total does DLCA is under DLCA? Total.
8.
8 boards. Is all of them fully filled?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess through the chair, I would like to ask if at some point in time, could you provide me with a listing of the vacancies? Because I think along with you, we could best help you advertise in these positions. And, you know, I have to agree with a little bit with the, not a little bit, but with the senator at large. I think at times people are just horrified for coming in this institution. And I want to assure them, at least with this senator, this is the place to come, feel comfortable. You know, we're going to ask a pertinent question, but respectful. And, you know, we're going to get through this process because I do depend on the experts for the knowledge. You know, if I have a leak at home, you know, I'm not calling the electrician, I'm going to call the plumber.
Right.
You know, if I need my hair cut, I definitely are going to the plumber. So, you know, just in all fairness and seriousness, we do need the expertise, and we don't need nobody here insulting anyone's intelligence and integrity and so forth. So I am just putting it out there that times have changed, and this is a place to be where we're asking you the pertinent questions and making sure that you're going to be committed to the work of the people of the Virgin Islands. So if you could just provide me that information, I'd be able to assist you.
Will do, and we appreciate that. We find, I've observed through the last couple of years, the 35th, 34th, 36th legislature, you guys have made it very painless. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I really didn't have no more questions because I just think this bill was very straight. These 2 bills were very straightforward, and all your recommendations are already in there. So, I mean, if you have any more, feel free, and we could make those adjustments. Thank you,
Senator.
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis. Is there any other burning question? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 360141, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 415, to add a term of service for appointees to the Board of Physical Therapy, be voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Bill number 36-0141 has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senator Angel Boquez Jr. and Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call on Bill number 36-0141.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 members absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0141, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 415, to add a term of service for appointees to the Board of Physical Therapy, has been voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration.
Motion.
Senator Avery Lewis, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0142, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Section 45, by changing the maximum number of members of the board for the licensing of barbering and cosmetology, be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 36-0142 has been moved appropriately by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senators Bolkes and Francis Heiliger. Roll call on bill number 36-0142.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 members absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0142, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Section 45, by changing the maximum number of members of the board for the licensing of barbering and cosmetology has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration.
Point of information.
Senator Avery Lewis, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hodge, I'd like to thank you and the team for coming here today. And I really have to give you kudos, and I wanted to extend to you and your team. I really don't know who's responsible for it, but I think it's a team effort in Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And being that I am in charge of government operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection, the kudos goes out to that last food survey. On point. On point. Take it back. That's what we need to see. Stop sending me the paper here about pet milk, this, no, man. Show me the video, man. Show me the video. I'd like to see, you know. And send Mr. Graham down the aisle with the bow tie, man. Pick up the milk and the cheese and thing, man. I really had liked that. I think the community appreciated that. It was like a different breath of fresh air. Started with St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and so forth. So kudos to that. You always had it bad, but I have to give you credit when we do great. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Commissioner, we are going to allow you 60 seconds to place on the record your closing remarks. Kindly proceed.
Once again, thank you, Senator, for allowing us to be here to testify on these 2 measures, or at least the one. We want to thank Senator Avery Lewis for reaching out to us on this matter. On behalf of the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology, we thank you and want to thank the staff at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the hardworking staff. Thank them for everything they do. And big up to Ms. Diane John for that reel she put out and made Senator Lewis extremely happy this good day. Thank you, Diane.
And thank you so much. You, as well as your team, are released from testifying before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Thank you for all that you do. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading our final block for today, Block 4, into the record.
Block 4, bills. Bill number 36-0083, an act establishing a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of penalties for payment of outstanding property taxes, income taxes, and gross receipt taxes for all tax years to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto. This bill is sponsored by Senators Kenneth L. Gittins and Novell E. Francis, Jr. Bill number 36-0119, an act amending Act number 8651 by reprogramming the appropriated funds to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to fund the completion of the Randall Doc James Racetrack on St. Croix. Sponsored by Senators Avery L. Lewis, Angel L. Bocas Jr., and Maurice C. James. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, for reading those items in our last block. We want to make sure we're not wasting too much time. Who speaks on Bill number 36-0083?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I introduce this bill on behalf of Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. I'm honored to reintroduce it. Bill number 36-0083, as amended in the nature of a substitute. This measure seeks to establish a 90-day amnesty period for the waive of penalties on the payment of outstanding property taxes, income taxes, gross receipt taxes for all the tax years. The intent of this bill is straightforward. It is to provide meaningful relief to taxpayers and business owners who are striving to meet their obligation but have fallen behind due to economic hardship. When this bill was first considered by the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance on October 7, Senator Gittins closed his remarks on behalf of himself and Senator Novell Francis, who also signed on to the bill, by expressing deep appreciation for the engagement of his colleagues and input of community stakeholders. He said, and I quote, "Your support reflects a shared understanding that as legislators, our role is not only to create policy, but to respond to the pressing needs of our community, especially in time of leadership." Close quote. The bill received valuable testimony from the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Secretary, the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce, and other contributors who offered insight into how each such an amnesty can not only increase compliance, but also help the government recover much needed revenue while supporting residents and business owners. Senator Gittins also acknowledged the concern expressed by the Property Tax Office, and while respectful of their position, he was candid in expressing disappointment, not because opposition is unwelcome, but because compassionate governance must always guide our actions, especially when dealing with those who risk losing everything over penalties that can, in many cases, be remedied with time and opportunity. As Senator Gittins also clearly stated, this bill is not about letting people off the hook. It's about offering a second chance, encouraging compliance, and allowing families and business the opportunity to get back on track. It's about fairness, it's about recovery, and above all, it's about doing the right thing. Today we bring this measure back before you in its amended form, which with the same core purpose, to deliver tangible relief to our community. I respectfully ask for the committee's continued support and favorable vote to advance Bill number 36-0083 to the full body for further consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for your thoughtful attention to this most important legislation on behalf of the primary bill sponsor, Senator Gittins. Madam Chair, there's also an amendment that goes with this bill, because the bill in the original form, he took out Section 5, which stated, within 30 days after the close of the amnesty, the Director and the Lieutenant Governor shall submit a report to the Legislature detailing the number of taxpayers who... Yes, an amendment in the nature of a substitute, ma'am. Sorry about that. Taxpayers who participated, the amount of penalties and interest waived and total revenues collected. And it was also stated that Section 5 was removed because it was agreed that there was no need for reporting requirements. So based on the recommendations, the Senator brought his amendment, and I do have the amendment here to offer at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis, for that introduction. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 36-0119?
Madam Clerk, I do speak on behalf of Bill.
Chair. Madam Chair.
Sorry. I do apologize. Madam Chair. It's been a long day. I do speak on behalf of Bill number 36-0119. Madam Clerk, Chair, let me ask you to take a 1-minute recess, please.
Certainly. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we are back on the record. We are at the point where Senator Lewis was introducing Bill number 36-0119. Kindly proceed, Senator Lewis, with your introduction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Randall Dark James Racetrack is more than a facility. It's a cultural landmark and a community gathering place and a cornerstone of St. Croix heritage. For generations, horse racing has united families, inspired young people, and fueled our economy. A fully functioning track means more than entertainment. It means jobs, tourism, business growth, and above all, a safe and positive outlet for our youth, keeping them off the streets and engaged in something greater than themselves. In 2016, VIGL Operations LLC was entrusted with the responsibility of redeveloping the racetrack. They were even given a generous grant to complete the work. Yet nearly a decade later, the people of St. Croix still wait while VIGL pursues other ventures abroad, such as new developments in Antigua. Instead of honoring their commitment here at home, the time for excuses has long passed. This bill, number 36-0119, takes bold and necessary action. It amends Act 8651 to reprogram the $5 million that has been earmarked for VIGL back into the hands of the Virgin Island Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, where the funding belongs. By doing so, we are not only cutting off the cycle of broken promises, but also putting the responsibility for completion under an agency that is accountable to the people not private interest. This bill ensures that taxpayers' dollars will be safeguarded, directed, and monitored for the intended purpose. The timely and full completion of the Randall Dock James Racetrack. Passing this measure is not simply an investment in concrete and construction. It is an investment in our culture, our economy, and our children. It is a promise to restore a long-neglected treasure and to deliver on what the people of St. Croix were guaranteed years ago. It tells every horseman, every small business owner, and every young person who looks to the track as a place of pride and opportunity that this legislature will not allow their future to be put on hold any longer. I urge my colleagues to stand with me in supporting Bill number 36-0119 so that together we can deliver on the promise, protect our culture, strengthen our economy, and ensure that the Randall Dock James Racetrack is finally completed for the people of St. Croix. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Senator Lewis, for that introduction. We are going to just have one round of comments on these two pieces of legislation in this final block, beginning with the Senator at Large, Angel Boquez Jr. Kindly proceed with your 3 minutes. And if you don't have to spend all the 3 minutes, it's fine. You could just reserve the rest of your time and send it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, central staff. Bill number 36-0119, I'm also a sponsor with the primary sponsor on this measure, and I believe that it's a good bill because it empowers the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to immediately move forward with some key preliminary actions, such as site maintenance and preparation, some potential contracting, and of course, project mobilization. What I mean by that is to prime itself to be prepared to go into some sort of contractual agreement that would then move the Randall Dock James Racetrack forward, as mentioned by the primary sponsor. As we all know, this is a major economic and cultural facility that has existed in the Virgin Islands in the horse racing industry that we want to revitalize. And I believe that this infusion of funds at this given point in time will help move that process forward. As for Bill number 36-0083, the tax amnesty bill, I believe it's a good bill, but you know, we want to also make sure that we understand that an amnesty doesn't necessarily fix all of the other problems that we may see in our tax systems, whether it's enforcement or limitations with billing and delays. However, in this case, the bill does give some much needed assistance to those individuals and businesses to have a fair opportunity to clear past tax debts without the burden of penalties or interest, and to help recover financially after the past disasters that we experienced. So it also increases the government's revenue at some given point in time through voluntary compliance. So, Madam Chair, those are my comments for the two bills, and look forward to voting at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Boquez, for those comments. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your time.
Thank you so much. As it relates to Bill 36-0083, I think that this piece of legislation in regards to the amnesty is quite balanced at this time. We all know that it's more prudent at times to give people an opportunity, that our taxpayers sometimes need that fair chance and that opportunity to bring their bills current. You know, I just hope that we don't look at this as a bailout, because there are times when taxes are not being paid. The government does need them, and there are individuals that wait around for years instead of paying into the system. They would wait around for years to wait for the amnesty. But I hope that this is not a situation that people are continuously waiting on these amnesties. We actually do this because we desperately and we definitely need monies into the general fund. And we're asking you, please, if you know you have to pay, make sure that the system has been made much easier. I myself now, I used to have a difficult time sometimes going down to the office to wait around and pay. Now they have it online. I could just pop online and pay. And those type of conveniences were made by the Lieutenant Governor's office to really help with the collection of these funds. So if this amnesty does go through, hopefully more than likely it will, take this opportunity, get up to date, and stay up to date so that, you know, in case there's no more amnesty, you won't have to stress about a backlog. So I definitely support the 90-day amnesty, and I hope you guys will participate and definitely bring your taxes up to par. As it relates to 360119, this has been an interesting situation with this horse racing and this track. I was present initially when some of these dealings were taking place in regards to even with the $5 million. And we all knew at the time what it was for. We knew that VIGL at the time when they initially was dealing with both of the tracks, they bifurcated one, and they were only going to solely focus on St. Croix. We worked out another deal to get the one on St. Thomas done. But I think what stressed people the most was, how is it St. Thomas got finished before St. Croix? And this was years. So I think after this long period of time, our Crucian brothers or sisters are well entitled to having the Doc James racetrack completed. This has been a debacle from beginning to end. And I am not one to want to give a company that has basically bailed on this territory as it relates to finalizing something they said they would complete to still attempt to give them these funds. So if the monies are going to be rerouted, could I just quickly wrap up, ma'am? If the monies are going to be rerouted and go towards the track, it was supposed to go towards the track in the first place. So it really doesn't matter. I just want to make sure that track gets done because horse racing is a part of our culture. We have many, many young men, young women, adults that do everything in their power to enjoy the sport of horse racing. And I think it's long overdue that our sister island, St. Croix, gets their track completed. So I'm definitely in support of rerouting these monies towards the track directly through Sports Park and Rec. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. I want to, first of all, commend the bill sponsor for 36-0083, Senator Kenneth Gittins and Senator Novell Francis Jr. I do know that there is an amendment in the nature of a substitute. And what bears to me is that our government runs on taxes and penalties. That's what pays for government services to pave our roads. During the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance discussion on this measure, the tax assessor indicated they have $120 million outstanding. And then the director of IRB said he will be able to collect another $130 million. That is outstanding in gross receipts and income taxes. So we are giving our businesses, citizenry, opportunity to make good on what they owe us so that we in turn can pay our vendors and provide the services. That is the key. It's in order for us to provide these services and pay our vendors and keep the government running, we need this type of stream of income that's coming in. And I'm hopeful that with this tax amnesty, it isn't that we are not going to be able to collect at least $100 or $150 million, that we will see a jump in that amount. The other bill on the agenda, 36.0119, I am in support of it. I love horse racing. It's really the sport of kings. And I was very troubled with VIGL. We called them in the 35th legislature before us regarding fixing the running surface and doing some minor fixes on the stables, and they were not able to commit to us one time when they would be able to fix the running surface and also fix the stables, because the horse owners in the St. Croix district needed to be able to exercise their horses. The track in the St. Thomas district was up and running, and the horse owners at that time, I think it was last year around this time, they were looking to bring over their horses to compete with the horses in the St. Thomas district. So this bill would allow that. My concern is, and I've mentioned it to the bill sponsor of Bill 36.0119, is that we need to look comprehensively and do some type of assessment to find out the viability and whether or not the economic impact of horse racing in the Virgin Islands. I know there is a positive economic impact, revenue generating impact for horse racing. I believe that, but that's just my belief. I have to see the numbers and to see a study that is comprehensively done so that we could say, hey, horse racing is great. It's bringing in all of this money. It helps with the multiplier effect. We're hiring groomers, trainers, horseshoe makers and fitters, so that we are able to say it's more than just a recreational activity, it's also a revenue generating industry here in the Virgin Islands. I understand, finally, from the testimony received in the Committee on Budget and Appropriation and Finance, that this is just a little, this $5 million is just a little drop in the bucket. Actually, to get the Randolph Dock James track up to where the standard it needs to be, we're going to need a total of about $12 million, because the running surface even is so bad. They have to do so much of digging to get the running surface to a state where the horses can actually run on it. So I want to be supportive of this industry, and definitely I will be voting in favor of both measures today. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, you hear amendment.
Amendment, Senator Avery Lewis.
Good. Madam Chair, I offer amendment number 36.404. Sorry. Let me start over. Madam Chair, I offer amendment number 36-490, an amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 36.0083. Bill number 36-0083 is amended by striking all the language after the enacting clause and inserting the following. Section 1. The Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Director, shall, within 10 days after the effective date of this act, establish a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of penalties and interest for all tax years, including 1. Penalties and interest on outstanding real property taxes. 2. Penalties on payments of outstanding income taxes. And 3. Penalties and interest on payment of outstanding gross receipt taxes. Section 2. The Director shall waive the penalties and interest on outstanding taxes as authorized under Section 1 of this Act for any taxpayer who voluntarily, 1, files a tax return for each tax year for which an amnesty waiver is requested, and 2, pays the entire balance of the outstanding tax within 90-day amnesty period. Section 3, the director shall publish information about the tax amnesty established by this act on the Bureau's website, on social media platforms, and in a newspaper of general circulation throughout the territory. Section 4, pursuant to the authority granted to the Lieutenant Governor under Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, Section 2494, the Lieutenant Governor shall waive all penalties and interest levied on outstanding real property taxes for a period of 90 days from the date of enactment of this act for taxes paid within the 90-day amnesty period. I so move.
Second.
Amendment number 36-490 has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis and seconded by Senators Boquez and Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Lewis, you are recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair, I move Bill number 36-0083 as amended in the nature of a substitute, an act establishing a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of the penalties for payment of outstanding property taxes, income taxes, and gross receipt taxes for all tax years to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto. I so moved.
Bill number 36-0083 as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Lewis and seconded by Senator Boquez. Roll call on Bill number 36-0083 as amended.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 members absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0083, an act establishing a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of penalties for payment of outstanding property taxes, income taxes, and gross receipt taxes for all tax years to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto, as amended, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0119, an act amending Act number 8651 by reprogramming the appropriated funds to the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation to fund the completion of the Randall Dock James Racetrack on St. Croix be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and be reported to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 36-0119 has been properly moved by Senator Lewis, seconded by Senators Boquez and Francis Heiliger. Roll call on Bill number 36-0119.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Senator Joseph Sr., absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis,
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 members absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0119, an act amending Act number 8651 by reprogramming the appropriated funds to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to fund the completion of the Randall Doc James Racetrack on St. Croix has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration.
Point of information.
Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd just like to express thank you to all my colleagues here today for your support. Been a long day, been a handful of us, but I think we accomplished a lot today. And I think teamwork makes the dream work. And I do thank everyone for their support today. It's a great pleasure. I think the community would be pleased with what we have done here today. So I'd just like to say, publicly I express thank you to you, and especially with moving the last 2 bills forward. And I know the Hassman them would be grateful, and now we move to the full body for further consideration and action. Thank you, colleagues, and let's all have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Senator Lewis, for those comments. Colleagues, we have reached the end of our agenda today. I really want to thank my 4 colleagues who stood strong with me today to get the people's work done in the people's house. I really give you kudos for being here and for us being able to work together to get this agenda completed today. I also want to thank our central staff members here, a stenographer, media, sergeant of arms, my senatorial staff, as well as the protocol office, the executive director office, for all you do behind the scenes to get this business, this legislative business shown to our people so that they can have an opportunity to view and understand the proceedings. The committee, before I go, I would also like to put a little plug here to encourage persons in the St. Croix district to definitely attend the U.S. Virgin Islands Innovative Housing Construction Summit. This is being highlighted by Senator Marvin Blyden, and I'm a member of the Committee on Housing, Telecommunication, and Infrastructure. And so tomorrow it's going to be held in St. Croix at the UVI Great Hall. Registrations begins at 8:30 and it lasts from 8:30 to 4 p.m. Today, they should be winding down now. It was held at the UVI Innovative Center. I was there earlier this morning. I got some vital information from some of the contractors there. Didn't have time to stay the whole day because we had to do the people's business, and this is a priority for us. So definitely, if you have time tomorrow in St. Croix, I would urge you to go to the Great Hall for the USVI Innovative Housing Construction Summit. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting for Thursday, October 23rd, 2025 is hereby adjourned.
Good meeting.
We know home ownership and construction costs are very expensive for many Virgin Islanders.
And at times, out of reach. I'm here to say that building your home is attainable in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Territorial Association of Realtors. We've met with private and public stakeholders, researched solutions, and found modern technologies that can cut our building costs by at least 40% while maintaining quality. Join us at the Innovative Housing Construction Summit, Thursday, October 23rd on St. Thomas at the UVI Innovation Center from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And Friday, October 24th on the Big Island of St. Croix at the UVI Great Hall from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. At the Innovative Housing Construction Summit, discover how to reduce your home construction costs